work more effectively with your community. So going back to that community, we use that term very broadly. So it could be residents, it could be NGOs, it could be universities, it could be business leaders. High level, it's anyone outside your core team and your core organizations. So if you click, I think there's an animation here, Jacqueline. So why do you want to collaborate with them? Well, it's to make sure that everybody is informed, everybody's on board, people participate, both data and ideas, because hopefully, in the end, you have a shared vision and a shared goal that you want to achieve.
Let's just play the audio.
Okay. So there's actually 3 levels of hub. And some people are a little surprised when I say that there's actually a version of hub on ArcGIS Enterprise. We don't call it hub, we call it ArcGIS Enterprise sites. But it is a way to actually create and configure a hub page internal within your ArcGIS Enterprise. And so we do have people who are creating enterprise sites right now, but it is actually ArcGIS Hub for ArcGIS Enterprise. On the ArcGIS Online side, we actually have 2 versions or 2 levels of hub. We have what we call ArcGIS Hub Basic, which a lot of people sort of refer to as open data. But what you can do with Basic is you can create sites and pages. Again, you can share data and applications both internally and publicly. And we also have something called templates. And I think, Jacqueline, if you hit another button, it'll actually show stars by things that are fairly new. So actually having pre-built templates within Hub Basic is something fairly new. Previously, that was only offered as ArcGIS Hub Premium. So ArcGIS Hub Premium is sort of what I would call a two-way collaboration where you can actually invite the community and the community can contribute through something called a community named user through a community org, and Jacqueline's going to go through that in more detail. But there you could actually have people following your initiative. You can build teams. You can actually build templates, get feedback. We have something called newsletters. You can create initiatives. Something new that I'm going to go over is a concept called projects. I briefly touched on these people can get community identities, so you can actually have them only see or view certain content through credentials. And then there's something called discussions, which we'll go over. And then they can actually follow events. So you can kind of see with Hub Premium, which is actually an additional fee because Hub Basic comes with ArcGIS Online, there's a lot more features that you can do. And those features are really focused on that two-way collaboration rather than you just putting out information to people. So that one-way collaboration with Hub Basic. And then I'm going to really briefly touch on this, something we call deep collaboration. So collaboration isn't a new topic. In fact, interdepartmental collaboration is normal these days within organizations. Cross collaboration in companies isn't about joining forces. It's more about analyzing data, and it's a real force multiplier. So why we talk about deep collaboration? Again, we believe each person brings a set of unique skills, experience, and capabilities that when combined can actually produce really excellent results. So it's taking teams beyond simple communication, simple file sharing, and what they're actually doing is they're working together on a strategy, they're planning, they're problem solving, and they're engaging with the customer or the community to deliver the best outcome. So this is what we refer to as deep collaboration. So deep collaboration is about a collective performance. So Jacqueline and I are going to do is we're going to go through the 4 steps in using that deep collaboration and how it actually links to ArcGIS Hub as a product or a system. So I'm going to take steps 1 and 3, and then Jacqueline's going to take steps 2 and 4. So the first step is aligning on goals and purpose. So goals can be long or short term, and they could also have a geographic or geospatial focus to them. All goals can interact with each other. So what I'm showing here is we have an overall goal of we want to become a green city. So what we want to do is we want to increase tree canopy by 25%. Well, within that, you probably have a long-term goal, which is plant 100 new trees. But you also have a second long-term goal, which is build 3 new parks in the city. And then on top of that, you have what we call short-term goals. So, okay, you want to plant 1,000 new trees in the city, but what does that mean? Well, maybe you want to plant 50 trees in a certain neighborhood and 150 in another neighborhood and another 150 in another neighborhood. And there's probably a lot of reasons for that from like a data analysis standpoint, but you can see how each of those numbers rolls up to the longer term goal of planting 1,000 new trees. Same thing on, that's okay. Same thing on the parks. Okay, you want to build 3 new parks. Well, that's great, but where do you want to build them? So you're going to do a lot of analysis on a neighborhood standpoint to say, for these reasons, maybe park accessibility, you want to build a park in neighborhood Z, and you want to build a park in neighborhood C. So you can see how those goals sort of roll up to the long-term goal, and all of them roll up to our overall goal, which is to increase tree canopy by 25%. So what I'm going to do now is show you how that sort of overall goal, long-term goal, short-term goal rolls up to ArcGIS Hub as a product. So this is what I'm calling the hierarchy inside ArcGIS Hub. So at the highest level, you have a site. So a site allows you to create a beautiful, flexible, branded showcase of content. And that's your overall goal, which was increase tree canopy by 25% on the previous slide. We also have, as part of our long-term goals, what we call initiatives. And initiatives allow you to show progress towards that long-range goal. So you can kind of show, think about on the last slide when I said plant 1,000 trees. Well, you could say, well, we've already planted 200 trees. And then maybe 6 months later, we're up to 400 trees. So you could actually see how that initiative or that long-term goal is doing against the increasing tree canopy over 25%. And then the bottom part of the hierarchy is something we call projects, which is actually something new in ArcGIS Hub. So projects are those really small short-term goals of I want to plant, 25 trees in this neighborhood, 100 trees in this neighborhood. So you're going to have a much more granular level interaction with the people in that neighborhood. So it provides an organized team to show progress towards those specific short-term goals. So you can see how Hub is actually a hierarchy of different layers, just like the overall goal and the short and long-term goals. So again, this is just putting a graphic to the hierarchy. So you have a really awesome green city site page, which organizes everything into a single landing page. And then underneath that, you can have multiple initiative pages. So in this case, it's the plant 1,000 new trees. And then under that, you have something called project pages, where you can actually create project pages for the short-term goals. So this one's highlighting those 100 new trees that are going to be planted in neighborhood X. And I think that's where I'm going to hand it over to Jacqueline to talk about step 2.
Thanks so much, Keith. Yeah, I love the introduction to Hub. I think it's really important to remember how everything is organized and like the importance of getting everything organized in your Hub environment before you can really move through everything. That is step 1, is getting everything organized and understanding your goals and how they relate to one another. So, once you have those goals set, we're going to start bringing in collaborators. We want to put these people in a place of success. And so that's how we're really trying to establish collaboration within our Hub framework. So as Keith mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, we really do believe in communities, and communities work best together when they're working together. So this looks differently for different projects. So some of you may have just your own staff in your Hub, but you also may want to bring in colleagues from other departments. And you might want to share all of these different goals, your long-term goals, your short-term goals, with the public too. And so Hub, that kind of tier of collaboration really allows you to do that. So we want to make sure that we're inviting people to follow the initiative, to get more involved. And these people are going to help us engage in volunteers, especially in areas that are like harder to reach communities. You know, our volunteers can serve as liaisons in these communities. And that's really important to establishing that overall community and establishing an informed population about any sort of the goals and hub initiatives that you have going on, all the projects. You may even go a step further, depending on your requirements, and bring in community members or partners alongside of your internal staff. So we see this a lot where there's communication going across multiple agencies at times, or to a third-party agency. And you also may want to trust external partners to independently manage part of your project. So all of these different community members can be a part of your organization, and I'll talk a little bit about why that is in terms of the architecture and backend of Hub. But you know, it is the best value to me for Hub is that you can bring in external users into your Hub environment, and that's something that is supported by the Hub environment. And that's really because when we think about those tiers that Keith went through, Hub Basic allows you to work independently, but it also supports collaboration with other members. So when we think about Hub, it is, you know, there are two ArcGIS sites stacked on top of each other for the most part. So with Hub Premium, you get additional ArcGIS Online organization for your community, right? So you have that secondary ArcGIS Online organization for your community members. So all of those external parties, whether they're volunteers, they're external departments, or they're, you know, full-on third-party participants, they will be accessing your data through a secure community org. Content and users that are private to your employee organization will remain that way. They'll still remain private to your employer organization. They will have their own community organization that you'll be able to administer and manage your community with a pool of users and credits. So your data is all secure. They're interacting in their own organization site. And Hub really allows you to organize your collaborators in a couple of different ways. So in sites, we both have Hub Basic and Hub Premium have these core teams. And members of the groups have administrative controls over the sites. And that means that they can edit its layout, manage the content in the site's catalog, and oversee and interact with followers in Hub Premium. They can also edit any content they share with their core team by other core team members. So Hub Premium introduces other ways to collaborate, and that's all through supporting teams. So these allow for more narrow view or editing access over content relevant to the site. So for instance, supporting teams can grant access to pages of their own without the need to be given like specific administrative keys to the entire site. And again, that's because of how we're organizing our Hub environments. So if we revisit this this graphic and the different ways of collaborating, we can see how that core team really is interacting with the Hub sites, and then how the supporting teams come in secondarily to that. Team profiles is this is somewhat of a, I think, a newer option but anyway, team profiles is a dedicated place for team members to share and collaborate and communicate. And I think these are really important to set up, again, when you're structuring your hierarchy to ensure proper organization of your Hub environment. So teams in Hub Premium come with a lot of like nifty functionality that make it easy to work with all of your colleagues. So Hub Premium supports the team profiles, and that's where you're going to really see ready to use landing spots for team members. This can really help highlight the scope of the team's work and make sure it's really easy to find content from like one team member to another. You know, I think the biggest aspect of this is organizing everybody and making sure that the information is flowing succinctly through different profiles. These profiles can be made private to only members of the team, or they can be public, depending on your requirements. So others can follow if your team is public, and you can grow your team in that way. Team profiles can also be easily linked from the site or page using team cards. And these cards, respectively, are the visibility of the team. So it's like the team profile page. And it's meant to dynamically show or hide only those team members that have user access to it. Team profiles also serve as a place where team members can work together. Team members can share content to their teammates either by selecting an item in ArcGIS Online or by uploading a file. Teams can also create bridges to their outside organization. So you're able to include community members and kind of follow those patterns of collaboration that we saw in that circular diagram earlier. So the screenshot here shows a really good example of how you can use supportive teams. So if you look across customers and use cases, we've seen a lot of community advisory boards as a really powerful way to align your goals with those of your community. So, setting up a community advisory board with all of your community leaders is going to allow you to share content and work together, through that online and somewhat virtual environment. There's also Teams discussions, which are new, which I'm like low-key obsessed with. So another way that Hub Premium supports team-based collaborations is through discussions. Discussions allows you to have team members have conversations within Hub. So all items in the Hub support discussions, whether that's a data table, a map, a document, or a web experience. And these conversations are internal to your team. There are other ways that we have collaborations and can inform discussions external to your team. But internal to your team, you are able to have discussions that are private. A team manager can decide whether their team members can participate in discussions. The item owner can also determine whether they want the team,
It's my audio.
their item, to be supported in the discussion. Sorry, was there a question? Okay.
Nope, just someone was off mute, Jacqueline.
Yeah, no worries. It happens. Okay, so then just a little bit more about discussions. Discussions in Hub support all those familiar features that we're used to in like any of our chat-based functionality. So you can do posts, you can do replies, you can, like at somebody, which would also send them an email notification to the mentioned user with a link to the post. So there's also reactions, so you can thumbs up, thumbs down, heart, all of those things we're used to seeing is all built into Hub now, which is exciting. And discussions are actually geographically aware, which I think is like one of the best aspects of anything in Hub, is that it has that geographic component that we're all looking for. So your posts, so an author post can tag one or more lines, points, polygons, and discuss the spatial data or the map. So I see this used a lot of times with community engagement around planning departments. But this is something that we're getting more and more into. So additionally to discussion, we see a release of tools to keep conversations constructive and on topic. So they're coming out with moderating features. So that's also going to include things like blocked words that were recently released. It is all internal to your team, but those moderating features are still important. So with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Keith to go through our next step.
All right. So yeah, the next step is, as Jacqueline was really alluding to, is establishing that continued and sustained communication between all the participants around a specific project and initiative. So next slide. As you can see, Hub actually has a lot of different tools that allows you to continue that sustained communication between all the participants around a particular goal or initiative. So she mentioned discussions. There's something called a Hub events page, which I'll get to in a minute. She talked about messaging the team members. Again, I think Jacqueline said it a couple of times. To reiterate, map-based feedback is one of the really cool things in Hub. So somebody could be walking in a park and they could actually observe something in a park and actually draw a polygon around something and share that information to all the participants. Maybe it's an invasive weed or something, but it's really cool that you could actually draw something and actually provide that map-based feedback to people, as well as integrated surveys through like survey 123, so that everybody can see what's going on within a particular initiative. So there's a lot of really cool tools within Hub that actually allow you to continue the sustained two-way communication between you and the stakeholders. If you go to the next slide. So I briefly touched on this Hub events. It's actually a really cool place for participants to go so they can actually see on a single page what's going on around a particular initiative. So it could be a calendar, it could be a map. You could actually do emails to the attendees, invite other community members to these events. So it's a really cool way to stay informed through something what we call Hub events. The next thing is idea boards. So I don't remember, Jacqueline, if you mentioned this or not, but idea boards are, think of them as discussions, but the public. So the public can actually create sort of a feedback loop through something called idea boards. So whereas discussions mean you have to be an invited member of the group, an idea board is something where anybody can actually post through like a reaction or a reply or an and even they can define something geographically that they're seeing as well. And as the public, you could basically be anonymous. So you could provide the feedback and you don't have to say who you are, you can remain anonymous. And then there are moderation tools to sort of look for certain things to kind of strip that out if somebody's typing or putting something in their post that's not appropriate, which I think is the next slide, which talks a little bit about the moderation tools where it can actually approve or reject comments. You can actually specify certain words or phrases to be blocked so that way, if somebody's posting something that's inappropriate, not everybody will see it. It will actually be stripped from their post. And I think that's it for step 3. So I'm going to pass it back to Jacqueline.
Yeah. Okay. So we're on step 4 now. So step 1, just to go through it again, you're really trying to organize your hub based on your project planning. So understanding your project, understanding your long-term goals, your short-term goals, and organizing your hub to reflect that structurally. And then we start bringing in those community members. And then we figure out how to, manage our community members, go through interactions with them. And now, you have your projects, you have your community members that are working on those projects, and you have two-way collaboration between everybody happening, right? So how do you know it's successful? Like once you have all of that structures in place, how do you know it's successful? And as you build and scale your work, you want to make sure that your work is being effective. That is the #1 goal of government, right? Is for us to be effective in what we're doing. And so there are built-in tools to Hub on how to do that. And these are really important to engage to help understand your activity and your progress. And so I'm going to go through some of those tools. So the one of the things you all might be familiar with is the hub support for telemetry. So site managers and item owners can follow an activity on their site or item this is all built in, and it's going to refresh a telemetry dashboard for you. And that's just going to provide you like a good understanding of what's going on in terms of your page views, your sessions, and the average minutes of people on your site. You'll be able to see quickly if no one is looking at your initiative or if you are having high traction. And that can be both publicly or a part of your internal group. We've also recently introduced new features for site managers to subscribe to a weekly telemetry update. So all this information will go straight to their email on a regular basis, so you can follow those trends on that regular occurrence. Hub also provides integration with other telemetry tools. So, a lot of times organizations are already using telemetry to measure the effectiveness of other sites. So it does support Google Analytics 4, Adobe Analytics, and Site Improve. So if you are utilizing one of those three telemetry integrations, we can support those. So you also have the ability to do project overviews. So project collaborators can also begin to track the popularity of the work they're working with in that workspace. So the overview pane of the workspace provides project managers with a quick summary and a scope of the activity on the project. And we've launched with ways to keep track of progress views or page views. And that's where we're going to be adding in more built-in telemetry. So the project overview pages are going to have more built-in telemetry, I think, in the next, I think you'll even see some of that in June, but before the next big release. And then we also have project metrics. So another feature that's, I think this is actually coming soon to projects, but it might have been released in the last version. But anyway, the project metrics have the ability to add your own metrics to the projects that will help measure and share your progress goals towards those objectives. So if the things you want to track are not necessarily things that you see in telemetry. Like telemetry tends to just be things like how many people are hitting your site, a little more high level view of it. You're also able to add a little more specific. So this is where you're going to be able to keep stakeholders up to date where the project stands. These metrics support both manual entry and dynamic updates via those connections to your data set. So this really allows you to get a little more in the weeds with how you're checking and collaborating with your data. And it's going to allow you to manage the projects in ways that work best for you. So you can keep stakeholders connected by sharing metrics internally with your collaborators or by featuring metrics on your published projects. And I think like the kind of the big takeaway we want everybody to have is that Hub supports many tools that you're already using in your ArcGIS Online organization. This is something if you've been working in the ArcGIS Online environment in the system for a long time, we all inherently know this. Everything is built to be interoperable with each other. So you can directly embed dashboards, custom web experiences, story maps, and business analyst profiles in sites, pages, and projects. So this really allows you to connect various pieces of insight and information together in an easy navigable place. Hub really allows you to provide content to data visualization and help make everything more accessible to your audience. This is something that I think is really important to understand, not just about Hub, but about the ArcGIS system in general. It is never one tool. A story map is able to interact and embed and work through and work with experience builder applications to, all of the interoperability and all of the functionality within each what we think of application in ArcGIS Online or in your environment all can roll into one Hub site. And that's where you really start seeing success in your GIS, is when you're utilizing all the different functionality that you see in ArcGIS Online together, and all the different functionality that we utilize in Pro with that ArcGIS Online environment. Looking at ArcGIS system as a suite of tools that helps promote GIS, as opposed to kind of thinking it as separate tools that do different things, right? They're all interoperable. They're designed to be interoperable. And that's really where you see Hub being kind of the public-facing collaboration, deep collaboration site that really allows government success and really supports that front end perspective on the ArcGIS Online and the ArcGIS system. So with that note, I'm gonna talk a little bit about some of the cool work that DC is doing with generative AI. So I think we all are pretty familiar with AI in terms of GIS, in terms of GeoAI, right? So GeoAI is really based on imagery and computer vision. When we think about generative AI, though, we're really talking about integrations of large language models, and that's something that we can do, especially because when we think about AI and we think about GIS, I think we tend to always know the story of image classification, um, of computer vision, but that's changing a lot, especially right now. And we do have a lot of language in GIS too. And when we think about language, we often think about and we think about the ArcGIS suite, we often push to Hub, right? Hub is where we have interactions, we have those collaborations, and we have that public facing component to our GIS system. And that's really where we see generative AI being placed in our ArcGIS system. So generative AI, I think we all know artificial intelligence has been around for a long time. And the new types of generative AI are utilizing those text images and tools such as ChatGPT, BART, Copilot from Microsoft is also a big component here. Generative AI is something that is changing every week, right? They're releasing new versions every week. It is a growing field in a way that I've never seen in tech. I'm sure some of you have. I might be aging myself down luckily. But this is a very exciting time in tech to see where this technology goes and making sure we understand how generative AI can play for us. So I really tend to think of generative AI as an assistant. I think there's a lot of different ways to perceive AI, but for me, generative AI is something that we need to be integrating as an assistant. The thing about this is that it's really going to be important to manage risk, right? And that's something that I think Octo has done really well with our hub team in terms of understanding what you want and what you don't want of a successful chatbot. And at first, I think that's something that we really have to think about. So there's a lot of different data out there. And when you're having this, public interact with it, you want to ensure that you're not providing misinformation. You're not providing a chatbot that is hallucinating. You want your chatbot to say, I don't know, before it's saying anything else. Well, unless it does know, right? So, making sure that that is in place and is a part of the training is a really huge component. A lot of that is also making sure that you're setting it up on the back end. So there's a lot of problems with data availability. Despite how easy tools have become, most people that are interacting with hub sites with our GIS environment are not data literate. They do not understand different technologies. They're not used to interacting with a site that is different than the site they interact with every single day for their own work. It's really important to understand the UI UX component to generative AI and how much generative AI is going to allow that data literacy to be translated to our citizens. And that's a big component to this, and making sure that we can structure that in a safe and still government appropriate way to ensure that our citizens are able to get information. So Octo has done this integration. There's a couple other departments across the country really that are looking to bring in generative AI into their hub environments. And Octo has named this the DC Compass tool. And this really does provide that generative AI functionality within open data. The chatbot is where users can ask questions about open data, and the chatbot itself is using data summaries and GIS functionality. we have not yet done some of the functionality that I think we all in the GIS field know and love, which is understanding intersectionality between data layers, right? So right now the chatbot it's young, right? It's, it just got put up, and we don't want to go too fast. We have the functionality in place, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves in terms of providing a technology out that the public might not necessarily be ready for, or that we might not necessarily be ready for. So, we want to make sure that the functionality in place right now is meeting kind of that basic need. So right now, the chatbot is only really doing things like summarizing data, doing, kind of like basic GIS functionality. Where is something? But that where question has to be based in that data set currently. We are not yet in place to have that data set being spatially analyzed and intersected with another data set. That's kind of our phase 2. Right now, the generative AI is really focusing on making sure that the text and voice interactions are correct and optimal. So if somebody in the chatbot comes in and types something in Spanish or another language, the chatbot will reply back in Spanish or in that other language. That's really where the development is at. I think that's really important to remember, that this is a phased interaction and a phased approach to generative AI. We want to make sure that our consumers of information from the chatbot are able to interact with it effectively before we start doing more advanced analytics. Yeah, so I think that kind of covers that slide. So a lot of times when we're thinking about what those questions are, we see things like how many crashes were there, and like car crashes were there in March of 2023. And we can see that the chatbot is very easily able to determine how many accidents there were, summarize that data set, and provide a map out and a link to that open data site. So that's really where we're seeing that collaboration, that informative aspect. We're no longer with this functionality asking our consumers to come into the site, navigate to the correct data set, do an analysis or look through that data set to obtain the appropriate information, and then share it out in an ArcGIS Online environment. That's like that workflow itself, having someone who's not familiar with the site, that's a very challenging workflow for somebody who's just coming off, as a citizen and isn't used to working in data or in an ArcGIS system. So now they can interact with the chatbot, and they're able to easily consume that information. They're provided a link and even a map to be able to visualize it. So I think that's very important to remember in terms of when we're thinking about this. It is an assistant. It's an assistant to data literacy for our communities. So we also see this with things like what species of trees are located on this specific block. That's something that the DC Compass is able to determine. It's able to look at that those records, understand where it is spatially, provide that information out, and just so in case you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, this is the response here for the species of trees, and this is the car crash one, so you can see those maps. And then again, providing that link to the data set. Right, so no longer is somebody going to have to try and find the right data set for them. The assistant is what that component is doing at this point. Or understanding the closest metro station to the Wilson Building. The Wilson Building is the main government building in DC, for local government. And it's providing information that the LaFont Plaza is the closest metro. But you can also see more information about WMATA metro stations, because there are several different metros that are walking distance to the Wilson. It really, you're able to get more information there, and it's connecting you externally, right? So this one's a little different. It's not connecting you to the open data in internal to Hub, but it is collecting you that authoritative data set in of WMATA, right? So the transit lines in DC. And this is amazing and great functionality because what the Octo team has done is not only incorporate and train the ChatGPT bot to read open data, but also to utilize bots for Bing and providing that information, that general information is still there. If you type into the DC Compass, who's the mayor? That's not, that information is in the open data site. If you look at a certain data set, you would be able to gather that information, but that information is more readily available on search functions like Bing or Google. And so utilizing and bringing in chatbots from, those search engines into this is also a big component to ensure success of your generative AI chatbot. Okay, so this is a video of some of the AI functionality. I'm going to play it for you all. And I'll also share the link in the chat after. But it's really going to go through an understanding of 311 requests for the last 30 days. So hopefully you guys can see all this. So it is a little small, but yeah, we're asking the 311 request for the last 30 days. The generative AI is then automatically coming in for providing that information, providing a link into open data site for where that data set is, and then also creating a map. Once you come in, you can click on that map and you can go and investigate that through in one sites a little more. You can come and interact with that layer. You can see the table below, and you can even click on pop-ups and whatnot. It's already mapped for you. And so that, for people who are not GIS experts or are not used to the site, that is an ability to really see this. So this is the actual data set that the ChatGPT is coming off of, and we can see that that is allocated correctly to what we just saw was delivered to the person, asking the chatbot. And all of these things are interactive and provided together. Yeah, so all very exciting stuff. There are a couple different YouTube videos here about, different requests that have in place. I will add these to the chat after I finish up. And then, in general, some of those other considerations of this are, we really want to make sure that we are verifying and validating the information that's coming out of our generative AI. So we want to make sure that we're providing links back to the source. Every time a question comes in place, there has to be a link to a source. And that's to ensure the validation of the answers is correct. And it's not just something that the chatbot is spitting out. And that really ensures that we're not having delusional chatbots, which is a whole thing. There's also really a lot of work going into try and ensure transparency of the DC Compass, wanting to make sure that people understand how it works, understand what it can do, understand what it can't do, and understand that that there's a lot of work around validating this. So how does it use your information? How does all this information come into play? AI is nerve-wracking for a lot of people. I think citizens are, probably rightfully so, concerned about where AI is going to come into their government. And so making sure that people understand that this is an assistant, this is something that we want to help to inform our citizens is really important. We do have surveys to ensure good or bad understanding of this, and we are very aware of the risk. I think that's something that Octo has taken on. It's something that DC wanted to have a generative AI aspect to this. So, that's something that it's really important for us to understand the risk, manage the risk, and both in a political and in a technical component there. And then in terms of what's next, in terms of generative AI, so currently it's in beta. We're in a public beta, but it's still in beta. And it's constantly going through improvements for existing functionality. It's currently on chatbot 3.5. We're evaluating when it should be moved to 4. And, in all of these different aspects and components, we want to make sure that it is providing and growing in terms of its GIS functionality. So that there's growth not just with the interactions with our citizens, but also in terms of improvements in what it can visualize and the GIS functionality that can in play. Having that intersectionality of saying like, okay, you know, if it's not necessarily in the data set, doing an analysis between two different data sets. And really just making sure that we're providing accessibility and additional components to our open data platform. So with that, with like literally 1 minute left, here are some resources for Hub in general. I will also put these in the chat after. You know, but just a general resource page, the Hub Lab, the Hub Gallery, newsletters. This is going to inform you of what other Hub communities are doing across the nation. And if you want to go into change logs, any sort of change requests, as well as the GeoNet page. But with that, I'll go ahead and open it up for questions.
Actually, Jacqueline, can we put the questions in the chat and have you respond to them there, because we're
ready to go.
We're pretty packed. We're at 10 o'clock is lightning talks, and I think it works better to just go ahead and have you respond to them in chat, because then we capture them a little bit better.
Of course. And anybody, you know, I think most of you guys know me and Keith, but if you guys have any questions after this that you want to get into more details on, please feel free to email me directly, and I'll also share that in the chat. But yes, we can go to lightning talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you,
everyone.
Keith.
Thank you, guys. And I'm going to go ahead and allow Kayla, our first speaker, to start sharing her screen. And just for all of the speakers in the lightning talks, just so I can say this once, I will introduce you. I'll let you guys know when you have 1 minute to go. I'll make sure everybody gets their 10 minutes. So I've got a clock that's the starting and the end. So if we bump a minute or two, so be it. Our first lightning talk is Kayla Briggs from Gannett Fleming. The title of her presentation is Sustainable Solutions, Harnessing HEC, FIA, and GIS for Comprehensive Flood Risk Management. Take it away, Kayla.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yep. We can see your screen and we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. I was going to try to turn my video on, and now I lost where my video button is. Okay. Anyway, I'll just get started. So, yep, thank you for the introduction, and I'll just jump right into it and get started here. So again, Sustainable Solutions, Harnessing HEC, FIA, and GIS for Comprehensive Flood Risk Management. So what's our flood risk management process? First, we identify problems and opportunities within the study area that we are looking at, and then we inventory existing resources and analyze the data to determine what's going on now, why are communities being flooded, and how they're being flooded. So then that will jump into helping us develop alternatives and solutions to their problems. And then once we have developed a handful of alternatives, we can evaluate those alternatives against one another and also against the existing conditions, so we can see which one might best suit the community. So once we've done that step, then we jump to selecting the best alternative. So presenting the results to the community so they can help be a part of also picking that solution that might be the best for them, because it might not always be the one that shows the most economic relief, but there's, you know, some aesthetics or like social effects too that would be beneficial. So then once an alternative has been selected, we implement and evaluate the plan. I'm going to talk about two study areas today. The first one being Martins Creek, so identifying the problem here. So this is a small, I'm going to say urban rural town setting in northern Pennsylvania in Wyoming and Susquehanna counties. So it encompassed the borough of Nicholson, Hot Bottom, and Kingsley areas. And this area had received continued flooding over the past 10 plus years that had been worse than what they had seen previously. So they were really looking to figure out how they could mitigate or relieve some of these flood problems. So we were able to utilize FEMA data also from actual floods to compare and help calibrate our existing conditions model to help better provide a solution. The The other area we're going to look at is North Branch Park River, which is in northern North Dakota, and it is a predominantly flat agricultural area, so it posed a different set of problems than our Nicholson Borough and Martins Creek in Pennsylvania. So approximately 4,500 acres of cropland were estimated to annually, along with additional damages to roads and buildings and other properties. And there were also several small communities that received flood impacts too. So the issue here is we were really looking to help relieve the effects on the agricultural fields. And with that, an additional problem turned into, there was lots of ag nutrient runoff into streams and waterways that was posing issues to habitats of not only species, but wetlands and in the uplands too. So we're going to focus on those two problems. So once we've identified the problem, we then jump into the inventory and analyzing resources. So we get a hydrologic and hydraulic model from H&H Engineers, and they provide us an existing condition model, and we take that into GIS and look at the flood boundaries and the depths and make sure everything drives. They provide us with small flood events down to the 2-year and then up through the 5-year. So once we've established those boundaries, then we jump into determining what is being affected in our model. So we identify all the structures within the largest flood event, and we do that through using tax assessment data parcels, if there's building footprints available, and also just the aerial. We look at street view, because we then assign a unique structure type to each structure. And to ensure data integrity, we databases and use domains and contingent values in order to make sure that things are consistent across the database, because sometimes some of these study areas have had hundreds of structures, and we want to make sure we're naming them the same way. And when you have multiple users editing, make sure everybody's going through the same process. We also assign a value, a structure content vehicle value to each one of those structures. So along with structures, then we look at roads, and we use different geoprocessing tools and statistical things within ArcPro to determine which roads are flooded, the length of road that's flooded, and the min, maximum, and average depths at each of those road segments. So to continue our work in GIS, we also take a look at bridges, and we utilize the National Bridge Inventory to start with developing our own bridge inventory, along with then doing a selection between, or an intersection with streams and roads to try to capture some of those smaller bridges in the study area. And look at elevation, whatever the best elevation data we have, so DEM or LiDAR, to bring to estimate top of water elevation and the top of road in order to estimate a deck height, so we can then compare with our depth grids to determine if the bridge is being overtopped. And then we also develop report maps to showcase areas in the study area that might be having higher damages than others, or to show some of the alternatives, just to kind of sum things up to be able to present to the community. Okay, so once we've finished our inventory, then we take a look and jump over into HEC-FIA, which is the Hydrologic Engineering Center's Flood Impact Analysis. And that's developed by the Army Corps of Engineers, and it is able to integrate our H&H modeling, our full GIS inventory in one place, and then it provides the consequence estimations for these flood events. So we look at the economic losses to the structures, we look at agricultural losses in the farm areas, and then this program can also measure expected life loss. So here's a few screenshots of FIA and what we do in it and what it looks like. So I'm going to talk about the structures first. So as you can see, there is a mapping interface in here, and it is compatible with all our GIS shapefiles and feature classes. So I'm able to bring in the stream center lines, a project area, a watershed boundary, and then we also add in our terrain information and then all our H&H stuff. So the depth grids, our arrival grids, and duration to be able to compile in this model. And also, along with the structures, we're able to assign a unique depth damage curve to each structure to be able to tailor the results to make them more accurate for the different structure types that we'll see. And that same thing goes along with the agriculture. So we're able to bring in, typically we've used the cropland data layer from the National Agricultural Statistical Services. And then we also assign duration damage curves to each different crop that we choose to analyze. And then we take a look at when crops can be planted, when could they be replanted, and then when are they harvested? Because if you have a storm and a flood in April, you'll see different agricultural damage than if you see a storm in, say, August, when things are typically starting to be harvested. So, and then we take all these results and then we run existing conditions and all of our alternatives through this to get results to be able to compare. So now I'm going to jump back to our case studies and talk about Martins Creek a little further, which currently we're in the selecting an alternative phase. So we modeled our existing conditions and we have, I'd say, a handful of alternatives that we've looked at, which have been potential property buyouts in the smaller occurring events to eliminate the flood impacts at all at those structures, or we've talked about flood proofing. We've also looked at, the engineers have looked at designing flood walls for the 10 and 25-year storms to help protect structures from those. And also they've looked at, there's a dam further upstream. They looked at rehabbing that in order to provide additional flood protection downstream. So currently we're working with the community to determine which option they like the best and which might provide them the most benefit.
1 minute.
All right, so I'm going to jump back to North Branch Park River, and this was our ag community. And so this one's in the implementation phase. So we did all those steps, analyzed our alternatives, and they've picked one. So they've decided to go with the construction of an off-channel dry dam that will provide over 2,000 acre-feet of temporary flood storage for less than 1 week during flood events. So, and also build some shallow retention cells to help with that ag runoff. And this was the best option to help improve the ag nutrient runoff, along with relieving some of the flooding from the ag fields and having it be standing there for a long time, also with relief to some of the structures and ag buildings in the area. And that, in a quick nutshell, is our process for flood risk management incorporating into FIA and GIS. So if anybody has questions, feel free to chat me or reach out and I'm happy to answer them.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and let our next presenter, Patrick, start sharing his screen. And thank you very much, Kayla. Put questions in the chat as a reminder. Patrick, you could start sharing your screen. Our next presenter is Patrick McKinney from the Pennsylvania Office of Administration. His title is Custom Symbology Rule with Arcade and ArcGIS Online, and I cannot wait. Take it away, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I would turn my camera on, but when I shared my screen, I lost some of my controls. But thanks for letting me share. I wanted to simply share how you could use Esri's arcade expressions to apply a custom symbology. I've been using arcade for a few years now. I was initially kind of skeptical of it, but I found it to be highly useful. If you're not quite sure what it is, it's a custom scripting language that Esri developed that works across their platform. So you can use it in ArcGIS Online, ArcGIS Enterprise, ArcGIS Pro, as well as some of the programming interfaces. I use it mostly to create custom pop-ups or labels. I use it a lot for labels. In Pennsylvania, all of our land is subdivided into municipalities. So the state DOT, they have a web service of those boundaries, and they have a column for the name. Then they have a column for the class. So like there's a few classes for township, city, borough. So I have an arcade expression that formats everything. So it'll be like, Harrisburg City, Lidditz Borough, East Lampedier Township. But in this case, I wanted to show how we could use an arcade expression to apply a custom symbology rule. So I have some census block group data with housing occupancy status. And here we see that we have total units, occupied units, and vacant units. So I want to symbolize these block groups based upon the predominance of whether it's vacant units, occupied units. So, in times past, you would add another field to this data set, and then you would perform that field calculation and symbolize based upon that. But the nice thing about Arcade is you don't need to do that. We can perform a math equation and then use the results of that math equation for a symbology rule or for a pop-up or a label. This is especially useful if you're using a web service or data set from another agency where you don't have access to edit that data. Another example is maybe you manage a land trails, like hiking trails data set, and you're storing the length in feet, but to the end user, you want to display it in miles. You can simply run an Arcade expression to perform that conversion from feet to miles and display miles. So how we go about setting this up is once we have our layer selected, we go over to this right-handed menu, click on styles, and here on choose attributes, we can simply click expression, and I should probably turn this layer on for reference. We click this expression to launch the Esri Arcade expression editor. And one thing that I think is important to note is we have this title area. I would highly recommend adding something meaningful here, because this, for our symbology, this is going to be the label in our map legend. If this was a map pop-up, it would be like the title field. So I'm going to call it predominance of housing occupancy. And then we have some links over here, profile variables. This is how we can kind of look at, in this case, the different fields of the data set. We have a way to access the different functions, and if I was interested in a function, I could get more information about it, even go to the documentation page. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to capture, we're going to have a math equation. So we're going to declare a variable called change with this VAR statement. We're going to assign it to the results of this math equation. This $sign feature is corresponding to each record in the data set. So this rule, this expression is going to be applied to each feature in the data set. So what we're basically saying in this bracket, this is referencing a field. So we're basically saying vacant units minus housing units, and we're capturing that value. We end each statement with a semicolon. And so the next step is we're going to return, actually, before I do that, yeah, I can do that. So we're going to return the value, and that's how we kind of take that end result and apply it to the symbol style or to the pop-up. So this when function, we're going to return the result of that. This when function evaluates a series of conditional statements. So when change is greater than 0, so if vacant units minus occupied units is a positive value, then there's more vacant units. So we're going to return this text, which for our purposes is going to be like a subtitle within the map symbology. If change is less than 0, then there's more occupied units than vacant units. And then the last value in this function is a default value. So in this case, it's when they're equal to each other. And so what's nice to do is you can, when you have a return keyword, you can type this run to kind of validate that your expression makes sense. So here we can see it. I don't know if it samples a random data set or the first record, but we're seeing that it's working okay. So we have a title for this expression. And so now we've captured and can return, whether there's more vacant units, more occupied units, or the same. So I can click done. And I'll let it spin. And so here we can see, that title I had in the Arcade expression is the legend title, and then I have my sub values. And of course, if I wanted to I could go ahead and change the symbology for these. You know, occupied units is typically seen, having more occupied than vacant units is typically seen as a more positive outcome. Having more vacant units than occupied units is typically seen, I guess, as a more negative outcome, and that being the same is probably, I'm going to say, is neutral. So I can give it kind of a neutral record. And then if I wanted to kind of validate, to kind of prove this out, I can go to an area that has a few of each. I can click on one of these, turn on my map legend, click on one of these green block groups, and I can see that the occupied units does indeed, there's more occupied units than vacant units. Click on an orange record, and I can see that there are more vacant units than occupied units. Click on a gray feature and see that it's the same. So, you know, here's just a simple way that you can use an arcade expression to perform, you know, a simple mathematical comparison, and then use those results to symbolize your data sets in a way that you typically wouldn't be able to. That's all I wanted to share. If you have any questions about this, feel free to send me a message in the chat and I will answer it.
Thank you so much. Very cool. I think everybody got something out of those. Our next presenter is Margaret. Margaret, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen. There we go. So Margaret Kicklighter from the University of Lynchburg, and her title is Claytor Nature Center Trails. Take it away, Margaret.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Margaret. I'm a student in Virginia at the University of Lynchburg, and I'll be talking about a project I did in the summer of 2023, mapping trails at a local nature center. So Claytor Nature Center is located in Bedford, Virginia. It's right in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains near Peaks of Otter, and if any of you guys have ever been there. It was donated to the University of Lynchburg in 1998, and it serves as a research and education center, and it's very dedicated to preserving the natural landscape for future use. The total area is 491 acres, and I was tasked with mapping the 8 miles of trails that are present on the Nature Center. And here's the map that I was replacing. You can see it's very detailed. It's really great for a hand-drawn map. It's just a little overcrowded and not exactly to scale. So they wanted both a physical copy and an online copy of a map for visitors to the center to be able to use. So the first step was using this Garmin eTrex 32X GPS to walk the trails and use the track log feature to record the trails as I go. This was a really great tool to use because it allows you to actually name the trails as you go. And when I was able to upload the shapefiles into ArcGIS, those names were preserved and uploaded, so I didn't have to go back and remember what each individual trail was. And I was also able to use the waypoint marker features for the features of interest, like different research centers or buildings that the director of the center wanted included in the map. So here's some pictures of us marking those trails. The woman in the blue shirt is actually the director. She was very nice, had a lot of input in this project, and she was kind enough to come out and mark some trails with us as we walked along the 8 miles. So over the course of 3 to 4 days, I spent about 3 to 4 hours each day out at the center, mapping the trails and marking features of interest. And then I was able to use Easy GPS to retrieve the tracks from the Garmin and GeoData Converter to actually convert it into a shapefile and upload to ArcGIS. I started this project in ArcGIS for desktop just because that's what I was most familiar with, but I moved on to use ArcGIS Pro and ArcGIS Online for later steps in this project. So afterwards, I was able to use heads-up digitizing, the reshape, merge, edit vertices, snapping, all that type of stuff to clean up some of the trails, just because The GPS worked really great. It just had a couple of little issues that I fixed. So I'll go back to the previous slide and you can see just a little bit of cleanup work in ArcMap. And I want to remind you guys again, here's what the previous map looked like. And here was the final product after I was able to add in different colors for different trails. I added in the main road and river and 2 of the lakes on the property, and so that people could have just features that they could, if they were nearby, they could figure out what trail they were on, that type of stuff. And then next, I also created the map in ArcGIS Pro, and at the University of Lynchburg, this whole lab, the trail shape file and associated trail shape files are used in our introductory GIS class, where students actually make the map in ArcMap, make it in Pro, and then move on to create a story map in ArcGIS Online. So within this story map, people can actually click on the trails to get the name of the trail and also figure out the length of each trail. And the map also has a Find My Location feature, so that if you're actually at the nature center and you're lost, provided you have cell service, you can find where you are within the nature center. And the 25th anniversary of this nature center was actually last October, so right around when we finished the map, and this is just a user summary. So people are using this map. They are actually like using it to get around the nature center. So I found that to be very cool. And we also created a brochure, which is on the left here. And if you guys want to check out the maps, you can scan the QR code or go to the website link here, see some of the features that pop up when you click on the individual trails. The Find My Location probably won't work because I'm assuming none of you are actually at the nature center. But yeah, that short, sweet presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to take them, but that's the project.
Awesome, very well done. All right, we're actually now getting a little ahead of schedule, but I've found that giving people a few moments of their day back has never been a bad thing. Our next presenter is Michael Strager from West Virginia University. Michael, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen.
Okay, sure thing. Let's see.
The title of Michael's presentation is Site Selection for Sustainable Development on Former Mine Lands in Southern Coal Fields of West Virginia. I will let you take it away, sir.
All right. Well, thanks for that extra couple minutes. Always good to give a professor a couple extra minutes to do a 10-minute talk. So thanks for that. So thanks for this opportunity. I'm a spatial scientist at WVU School of Natural Resources. And I also have to acknowledge my colleagues at the Natural Resource Analysis Center, that little graphic in the bottom left corner of my first slide here. The bunch of graduate students, undergraduates, and other colleagues that have worked on this project, as well as a lot of other things that we do. So I'll use the royal we quite a bit in this talk. All right, so just putting some context on my study here a little bit, that we're dealing with coal mining, and this area in Appalachia, specifically in West Virginia, pretty much covers our entire state, except for the Eastern Panhandle. So coal is definitely a resource in this particular perspective for West Virginia. Again, almost found entirely throughout the whole state of West Virginia. Therefore, the potential exists for this resource curse, in which areas with high great resources underperform economically. And in Appalachia, we have transitioned from the last century from a very labor-intensive underground coal mining approach to more of a surface coal mining approach. And this transition has led to a lot less miners, a lot less people involved in this particular process in terms of the extraction of that coal. If you're not familiar with the mountaintop removal mining process, just a couple slides here to put it in context a little bit for you too. The first step is really clearing the land. So all topsoil, vegetation must be removed. The coal companies frequently are responding to a lot of short-term fluctuations in the price of coal. So sometimes even the trees aren't used commercially, but instead are just dumped into the valleys of those off those particular ridges. Many of the Appalachian coal seams lie at really deep depths below the surface. Sometimes these require the removal of up to like 600 feet or more of elevation. So blowing up this mountain is accomplished by millions of pounds of explosives to get at those coal seams. Once that overburden and access to those coal seams is available, that coal and debris are removed using these enormous earth-moving machines called drag lines. They're about 22 stories high and can hold like 24 compact cars in their buckets. They can cost up to like $100 million as well. But they're favored by coal companies because they can displace the need for a lot of those miners. This is a reclaim site, which the goal is to return the original contour as well as possible, often difficult to attain. And so a lot of these reclamation efforts, they're required by federal law and coal companies. They can still receive some waivers from the state agencies with the idea that the economic development will occur on this newly flattened land. This was a map done by Appalachian Voices. They commissioned a study and they looked at nearly 1.2 million acres have been identified and as surface mined for coal. More than 500 mountains destroyed by mountaintop removal coal mining process. This includes the areas obviously you see there in West Virginia, Kentucky, Virginia, and also into Tennessee. Well, the Appalachian Regional Commission has done a lot of studies on Appalachia as defined by these counties that you see in this extent right here. And the communities identified as distressed are those that are essentially marginalized, underserved, and overburdened by pollution. And these communities are at or above combined thresholds in one or more of 8 categories of criteria that they use to define distressed. Well, they also note that this region is a region of great opportunity. And ARC has invested a lot in this area's future. They do a lot with grants, publishing research, and helping these communities to address some of their potentials that they see. And as part of, in 2021, post-COVID American Rescue Plan signed into law, this was funding to meet urgent needs of American communities. And so we were able to apply for this grant opportunity with Coalfields Development in West Virginia. And we won a grant looking at the opportunity to invest in our coal community. So our category for this grant fell under the coal communities commitment as part of the Economic Development Authority. And so we focused on the 21 southern counties in West Virginia, which are essentially our coalfield counties. There are 4,485 of these potential former mine lands for development. These are special reclamation sites. They are where permits have been released. They're bond forfeiture sites, and also post-Surface Mine Control and Reclamation Act of 1977. So this is the land we were looking at. And we got inspiration from this study, really from thinking about things such as Airbnb, VRBO, or Zillow, in which you have this application and ability to search for features across the landscape. So features related to price, size, other spatial kind of configurations, and they get selected or deselected based upon the parameters that you choose. So we applied this same type of approach as creating an ArcGIS online dashboard. And we looked at the general development potential of these former mine lands with the idea of some general categories that you see here. We also did this for solar categories, looking and working with different companies that have already invested in Appalachia and some of the criteria that they use, as well as wind. There's a recreation tab, everything from potential uses for side-by-sides, the ATVs, off-road motorcycles, single track, as well as mountain bike and even hiking trails can fall into this recreational development potential. Geothermal, some of these mine pools have good depths in them and volumes that can be great sources for geothermal potential. So you see the criteria listed there for geothermal. Carbon capture, biomass development is another set of criteria that we're also looking at to evaluate these sites for. So working through this a little bit, how this works is you can do a selection based upon maybe the number of parcels intersecting the site. So it's a lot easier to deal with a former mine land if there's only 5 or less parcels that intersect that site in terms of contacting those owners. And so as you can see, those 4,000 sites drop down really quickly to 1,800. And then looking at the site size, if you need at least 500 acres in size of an area, drop down quickly to 10. And then of that 500 acres, maybe you need at least 450 to be of low vegetation. So you can quickly see, just doing a couple searches on this and screening criteria, got down to one site, which we've identified in this location as, with aerial photography and zooming in a little bit more, as this Harless Industrial Site, which is in Mingo County. And so this was a winner of a Brownfields Award as part of this process. And we assembled information regarding the park, utilities, and studies that were done as part of these reports. So it provides a lot of information for businesses to consider their investment in these particular former mine land areas. So just some final thoughts on this process. West Virginia has great potential. And instead of looking at these former mine lands as liabilities, let's start looking at them as potential for development. Transition should be viewed at a regional level, not just the local site. So what's the impact of multiple sites on a regional and county level extent? I also must understand the gain loss from clean energy transition in terms of where those gains and losses for different communities, different areas, county level, regional level, and so on. And there's a lot of incentivizing training efforts to help those communities that are currently reliant on fossil fuels and have strong potential in terms of workforce to generate as renewable options from those locations. And again, the biggest thing is just to help ensure some private investment in these communities. All right, thank you.
You're flying. Okay, our last presenter for the morning is Morgan Siebert from Pannoni. The title of her presentation is Optimizing Data Collection with ArcGIS Dashboards and Survey 123. Morgan, do you want to go ahead and share your screen? We'll give her a minute.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. All right.
And Morgan, if you need it, you have a buffer of 3 or 4 minutes. So
Good to know. Okay, and you guys are good to see my screen?
we can see your screen,
Okay.
so please take it away.
All right, sounds good. Good morning, everyone. My name is Morgan Seibert. I'm a GIS analyst at Pannoni. So we are a multidisciplinary engineering firm located, based out of Philadelphia. We have over 50 offices across the East Coast. We have a small GIS team, but we have a variety of backgrounds and experiences in the geospatial realm. So we do a lot of work developing web applications, mobile data collection forms, dashboards, and a lot of other asset management for our clients. So the list is kind of endless there for our project scopes. So our firm spans over a wide variety of markets, clients, and services. So a lot of times we're working hand in hand with our internal departments. So we work on environmental projects, planning, transportation, again, etc. So today I'll be presenting a recent project that we've completed for the Borough of Berlin, which is in Camden County, New Jersey. They're a small borough located in South Jersey, about a half hour outside of Philly. So we utilize Survey 123 and ArcGIS dashboards to optimize their stormwater management and meet the NJDEP requirements. And this project originally came to us being that Pannoni is the municipal engineer for the borough. So the Department of Public Works had applied for the NJDEP grant that was to complete the stormwater mapping that would comply with the state's requirements. So that was really the driving force behind this entire project, making sure that they'd be able to modify and add information to existing portions of their stormwater system, as well as creating new features and making sure we could develop a reporting solution for their MS4 fieldwork. And at the same time, we really wanted to help the borough gain a better understanding of the structures that they owned. That way they can use this information for future maintenance and planning. But since we knew that most of the work was going to be done in the field and not on desktop, that's why we opted for developing the forms in Survey 123 and linking to those in field maps. So they wanted the ability to visualize the status of their inspections as they were being completed and see feature counts and inspection results. So that's why we created a dashboard so they could easily access this when they're back in the office, and also so that our engineers could see the progress of their fieldwork. So overall, we developed 5 different inspection forms in Survey 123 that the borough was already using, just pen and paper style before any of this. So their original forms are on the left there, and then our new forms are on the right. So they included the MS4 state forms for outfall inspection, illicit connection inspection, stream scouring, basin inspections, and inlet inspection forms. So overall, the borough did have, excuse me, they did have their own existing data already in their own ArcGIS Online account. So we were able to use this as a good starting point for the field maps configuration. It was really just a matter of linking to the Survey 123 forms that we had created in the pop-ups of those features that were already mapped. So I'm going to show a quick screen recording that I had took on mobile in the Field Maps application. And hopefully this plays. So they have a specific map that they go into for inspections. So they'll be able to zoom to their location in the field, see the features closest to them, click on the feature, so like this outfall, for example, links directly to the survey in the pop-up. The feature ID is already populated based on what you select. There's some dependent questions, depending on the answer that you select, others may appear. Dates are automatically populated, and there are some notices that may pop up for certain questions as far as additional forms that may need to be filled out. So the illicit connection, and then also stream scouring. So there are those 2 additional forms that may need to be created.
Excuse me,
Yep.
Morgan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you intending to show your PowerPoint screen or another screen?
There should be, there's no video playing?
Correct.
Oh, so sorry.
I'm sorry I didn't catch that sooner, but
No, that's
somebody
okay.
chatted in.
No worries. So
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
okay.
can see the
It's all part of the fun here.
Yeah. Guess that helps the
I do that sometimes. I'll share an application and not my screen. So
no worries. Okay, how
there
about
we
now?
go.
Okay,
Got
cool.
it.
Sorry about that. Well, I guess it's a good thing we have a couple extra minutes.
That's right.
All right, so I'll just play this again then. Can you guys see that playing then?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah, so like I said, so this is their inspections map. They can click on the feature. It's going to take them to the survey. The IDs are already populated in there. They would just scroll through, answer all the questions related to their asset. Some of the questions will change depending on what their answer is. And they would just go through these forms in the field. So this is for the outfall inspection. And we also have the other 3 forms that we have created. So some notices will pop up. So like if stream scouring is present, it's going to notify them that they would also need to complete the stream scouring inspection form for that. And then all the other 4 forms are the same, obviously just different questions. So that would work that way. Pull this back up. Okay, great. And then from there, all that inspection information is pulled directly into the dashboard that they can view. So I'm gonna do just like a little live demo here of the dashboard. All right, so this is the dashboard that we had developed for them. The map is obviously the central focus here. So all these red dots are all the inspections that have been completed. On the left here, we have a list of all the inspections that were completed. So you can click on a feature here. It's going to pull up the inspection record on the right, along with any of the attachments that were included. So they can see those here. And then it does also flag that point on the map as well. So when you zoom in, you can see all the features are here along with their inspection record. We have feature counts across the top here, so they're able to get a count of how many inspections have been completed. They've only been using this for inlets so far, so that's why we only have a count for those. So they're still working on their inspections, so they'll eventually have all these other features in here as well. And then we have these dynamic filters across the top. So let's say you wanted to see which, and these filters were all decided on by the client, just really based on what they wanted to see, what was important to them. So let's say they wanted to see what inlets weren't bike safe. They could select that. The map's gonna filter, and these red points are all of the inspections that were completed that don't have a bike safe grade. And that filter also changes the list on the left side here and the records on the right. So you'll notice the red records on the left, we have set up that way. Any features that were flagged as needing maintenance required automatically show up in red here. So they'd be able to zoom to that feature, see the inspection on the right, figure out exactly what the problem was, and then what they'd also be able to do, turn this filter off. So now this is only showing all of their inlets that have maintenance required. So all these on the left here, and they'd be able to just download this data, pull it into a CSV, and they have all that information at the palm of their hands. It's really a much more streamlined workflow than they've been used to. So, you know, everything's at the click of a button. You know, they can easily see the features that they want and kind of eliminate any kind of unnecessary workflows. So we're hoping in the future, I mean, right now they're thrilled with the features that we've allowed them to have. So, you know, their data collection wouldn't be nearly the same, it would just be on paper and pen. So in the near future, we're hoping to work with them to add more assets into their GIS and really explore possibly implementing a work order feature that could be useful to them, and possibly somewhere along the line integrate with other departments in their borough and really see how we can kind of connect all those together. So that is my presentation for today. If anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out to me or drop a question in the chat. Thank you.
Awesome. And you guys should all be, first of all, a virtual round of applause for all of our morning presenters.
Yes.
You did a fantastic job. And I'm going to turn it over to Jason for a few minutes. I think we're going to tweak the schedule a little bit, but Jason has a few important announcements, and I'll let him take the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Brendan. I just wanted to circle back with, well, first I should echo your sentiments there. Those were awesome presentations, and thank you to all of our presenters this morning for the lightning talks. You did a great job. Voting. I'm going to add something. If you could look in your chat. I think yes, I just sent that to everybody. It's just very important. We're trying to be more proactive with voting this year for officers. And there are, I believe, 4 formal positions, right? They are unpaid. This is volunteer based, right? But this is an anonymous survey, if you will, that we have set up. And if you could just take a minute and click on that survey, folks, and write in for, I know president is a write-in position at this point, and vote throughout the others and submit that. You'd be doing us a great service, and I really appreciate that.
And I would like to jump in and say, while they are volunteer positions, if you're somebody who's interested in getting your GISP,
Yes.
you get way more points for being a board member or an officer than you do for anything else. Trust me, I had them in spades.
Too bad you can't hand them out. But Brendan, that's really all I wanted to say. I just wanted to draw people's attention to that link in the chat window. And if we have to do it again later, we will. So back to you, sir.
We will, and I also want to encourage, we are also looking for a secretary understudy. I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but I've been watching.
Touched on it very quickly, scrolling through the votes. Yeah.
Okay, since we have a few minutes, while Jason and I are often the voice on the calls, the straw that stirs the drink is our secretary, Sue Hoegberg. And we're looking for someone to be the understudy or the secretary and apprentice, because we're not going to do this forever. But the fact that there's 270 people that registered for this tells me that we're providing a pretty nice service and that people appreciate it. And it's good to be a part of. So if you're at all interested in helping, even a little bit helps a lot, we would certainly appreciate any help on the board. Somebody said, question is, how can I volunteer? You can start by emailing either, I guess I'll put our emails in the chat, or just email any one of us on the board, Jason, and we can.
Yeah, we have, I don't know that we have our email addresses on the GeoMUG site. We might, that's something I can check quickly. Give me 1 second.
I'm putting mine in the chat if anybody wants to volunteer, and I can make sure you're added to our cohort. What we have next on our, do you have anything else, Jason?
No, I just would add on our website, the board and our email addresses are listed there. And I will share that anybody that wants to get involved, maybe you know somebody on the board, right? What have you. I will share that information in the chat.
Okay, if you look at our agenda, we had a break and then some socializing breakout rooms, and then a lunch break. What we're going to do, since we're at 10:52, we're going to do a quick socializing exercise now, and we're going to extend our lunch break a little bit. And the way this works is I'm going to create some breakout sessions. I'm automatically just going to have you randomly assigned to one. The difficulty of this is people jump on and jump off. So I'm going to put potentially more people in a breakout session than maybe is necessary, but I'm just going to let my directive to everybody is I just want you to do a quick hello introduction, turn your cameras on, and just give a quick update on the GIS project you're working on now that you're most happy or excited about or enthusiastic about, and just go around your breakout room, and you're going to self-police yourself. So give me 1 second.
Buckle up, everybody.
This has actually been pretty fun.
This has been fun. And I'm glad we're doing it now instead of at the very end when people are just.
Yes.
That's what we've done in conferences of yore.
Okay. So we have 112. All right. I'm going to make 10 breakout sessions. It'll probably about be about right. And I'm gonna close them at about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So you should get a notice to join a breakout session. Or you should be put in one automatically. There we go.
I see them moving. The numbers are climbing.
The numbers are climbing and you're probably going in. Oh, maybe you won't because you're a host.
Right. This is pretty cool functionality though, Brendan.
It's really pretty good. It's a lot easier than getting people in a big room to move up and go to a new table.
Yeah, I mean, we had success with Zoom, but I'm liking the WebEx format.
All right, so breakout session only has 2 and breakout session 6 only has 2. Do you want to jump into session 10? Or do you?
I'll go into number 10. I'm seeing, will we see everybody here? I'm assuming there's people that can hear us talking that maybe aren't in breakout sessions yet,
There are.
or we're unassigned.
Are you? You should have assigned everybody.
Oh,
And if
I
okay.
didn't get an assignment.
Oh, you should be able to click breakout sessions and just join one. I'm not sure why it didn't assign everybody.
I also can't see the chat, so I don't know if I'm in as
Are
a
you on your
weird role or
are-
something.
Are you on your phone?
Nope.
Can I share my screen, Brendan, and try to
Yeah,
show it?
go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna share this screen, and then I'm gonna move things over.
Oh, I see a couple people. Okay.
So if I close, for those of you that are unfamiliar with WebEx, which I was before yesterday's practice round.
Jason, we don't see your screen yet.
Yeah, you share? I don't see it.
Sorry. Well, you know what's funny is I might not be able to share.
The WebEx interface itself.
Yeah, because it might change.
Take a screenshot of it and then share your screen.
Yeah, that would be the thing to do, would be to do
That's
a
a good
screenshot.
idea. So at the bottom, oh, no, I'm gonna give you bad information here. Just didn't hit the share button.
There you go. I'm seeing your screen now, Jason.
Yep, I'm sorry I didn't do a screen capture first.
And it went away.
Yep, I did that. Basically at the top, folks, if you can hear me, there's a list called breakout session. A menu. And if you click on the breakout session and scroll your cursor down to join breakout session, you can pick at random, right?
In the participants list?
No,
It also shows up there, yes.
I just see in the meeting and not in the meeting.
gotcha. That's weird.
And where my chat button should be, it says show captions and highlights, and I can see the subtitles of people talking, but I don't have a chat pane.
So you don't see a participants button or a chat button on the lower right-hand side of your WebEx?
I have participants, but not chat. And in participants, I don't see the breakout rooms.
Okay, if you click on participants.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, who's asking the question?
Allie Kennedy.
Yeah, okay. Huh.
It's interesting, Allie, when I look at your name in the participants list, where I can see chat is available for other participants, I don't see chat available for you.
Oh.
Is there something unique about your connection?
I don't know. I see that I have timmons.com next to me and not unverified. Is that what you guys see?
No, it's weird. I see the same thing that he does is like, I cannot chat you.
I can move myself to stage. What does that mean?
I have no idea. I think
Oh
that
my
means you're.
goodness. I
I'm
don't
gonna
even see her in the
click it.
participants list.
Also, your name comes in as # Allie Kennedy.
Well, that's because you renamed yourself to be a presenter, right?
Ah, okay.
I see move to stage as well, and I wouldn't click on that.
Oh, it looks like it centers me on my view.
Well,
So it would be a camera thing.
Ah, there you go.
So wait, I wonder if I can send you to a breakout room. Hang on.
That's what I was trying to do, and I don't have that functionality.
I'm just a special snowflake over here.
Yes,
No,
you
no.
are.
Hey, what's interesting is, okay, not assigned. There you are. Says can't join.
Yeah.
Hey, we can see your WebEx.
Allie, I was just showing you, and this is what you should see, is the lower
Yeah.
right-hand corner. You're not seeing participants or chat to just, and
I
when
see
you click those,
participants. To the left of participants, I have apps and I can add apps.
Okay, so here's what we should do. I'm seeing, I clicked on can't join, it says the following participants can't join a breakout session because their version of the WebEx app or their connected device doesn't support breakout sessions. I think if you were
My
to,
app needs updated.
yes, I think that's what you need to do is probably during the break, maybe right click and like update the,
and then rejoin, Brendan.
and
Should
then
be able to
rejoin. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay.
In fact, if you
Let's
want
see
to
if I
do
can figure
that,
out.
I can. There should be a way, like if you go to WebEx, there should be like there's got to be some sort of update button. So the next thing we need to do is figure out what we're going to do. Can you share your, just for the sake of argument, can you share your screen?
Me? Sure.
I just want to, I'm basically coming up with a plan B in case you don't get it updated. Wait, did you already,
I'm trying to figure out how to update here.
when do you present?
130, 150, something like that. Okay, Google said to go to this and say check for updates. And when I go to that, check for updates is grayed out. We do use WebEx for our software phones. So I don't, oh, it's unavailable while you're on a call. How about that?
And
So-
Allie, can I add something quick? What I noticed yesterday is I tried to log in with I did have an account. And when I logged in, there was functionality taken away. So then I immediately rejoined. This was during our practice meeting. Brendan, I didn't even tell you this. And I joined as guest. So I don't, so it's possible joining as guest could help you, Allie. I can't guarantee that.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Can you,
Yeah,
You still
I'm
can
gonna
name
real quick.
yourself.
I'm gonna stay on here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end the breakout sessions and then I'm gonna send everybody to lunch. And then Allie, if you jump off and then jump back on and join as guest, we'll see if that works. And while you're off, you can update.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so Jason, I'm gonna end all the breakout sessions and then
Yeah, very good.
we'll send everybody to lunch.
Sounds good. I like that it gives people a countdown and it doesn't just.
Does it?
Yeah, so it says all breakout sessions will close and it starts a 1-minute countdown.
Oh yeah, close in 46 seconds.
I just like that because
I do.
it's less abrupt.
Warning. So Jason and Brendan, I should be back on after lunch.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
You got me? Yeah,
Yep.
so
So
I'll be able to.
William, you're gonna, Willis. Let's see. So William's gonna do track 2, and Eric and Errol will do track 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are now taking our lunch break. So I will see everybody jumping back on at a little bit before noon, and we will we'll start our presentations.
Please come back. Please come back. We've got a lot of great presentations.
We do. And I'm going to I'm going to stop recording during
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jason Seeley. If anyone can hear my voice and you are here with me, that means you are in the main meeting right now for GeoMUG's spring conference. And there will be no content presented here at this time because we have two concurrent tracks going. So if you can hear my voice and you're like, how the heck do I get to a track? It is as simple as going to, you should have a menu at the top of your screen called Breakout Sessions. And if you click on Breakout Sessions at the very top, you should see another option to join a breakout session. Track 1 or Track 2, which have two very different presentations going on at any given time. The agenda is in the chat window if you're wondering which one you want to go to, or feel free to pop into one because you can leave a given breakout session by going to that same menu and selecting Leave Breakout Session. So you can pop back and forth between the two tracks as you desire. So if anyone can hear me again, I just wanted to give you that guidance that if you want to see something going on, you're going to want to join Track 1 or Track 2 here with us this afternoon. And if you need any help, please feel free to chat me. You can do it privately or on the everyone screen, as most people do, which is totally fine. And I tried to put this information to the best of my ability in writing form in the chat window there for everybody.
Hey, Dave. Hey, that was accidental. Believe it's, I mean, it's due the 26th. We need to get it to Gene early next week. The goal is to finish today.
For those who have jumped back in the main session, I'm going to end the breakout sessions in about a minute and a half.
Thanks, Brendan.
I just wanted to say to everybody, if there's information in one of the breakout sessions that was in the chat, since Brendan said he's going to close that, now would be a good time to just grab that if you need to grab anybody's email or anything like that. So just wanted to plug that.
So they have a minute left before they get scooted back to here.
And we're back. Brendan, can you just confirm that? Yeah, it looks like everything's closed.
Everything is closed.
Awesome. Well, I just wanted to share something for those of you that were with us at the beginning of today at 9 a.m. I shared what I'm about to put in the chat here. And it kind of looks like this, right? What an awesome day today. I'm sure some of you are tired whether you presented or not, but man, what a lot of great content. And what I think is really cool is you know, the breadth of our reach, and it's something that we've kind of felt over the years, but we didn't know without doing something like a GeoMUG membership map, you know, by geography. Where are people joining us from across across our geography? So if you follow that link and fill this out, what I'm about to show you is not public yet, but it will be on our website, which is under construction a bit more due to some technical difficulties we've enjoyed, but that will be updated. But if you fill out your zip code and, you know, just some basic information, what that turns into is something that looks like this. So everybody, this morning we only had, I think, 20 or so, and now we're up to like 83 submissions, which is amazing. But and if you're wondering who the oddball is out of the territory, that's me. Those are both of mine up there, because that's where I'm actually located. But how cool is this to kind of see, you know, who we've been interacting and learning from today, right? I think that's really powerful, and it tells a great story about you know, really a main part of our mission here is bringing these great stories together and use cases of technology and GIS especially, and how it impacts our day-to-day lives and even our personal lives. I forgot to mention another coming soon potentially. Keep your eyes out on our socials for a potential Topgolf event in the DC area. We're tentatively looking at May 22nd for that. I guess I should also share, I'd like to share our Friends of GeoMUG, right? Our YouTube site. That's where we're going to be publishing, you know, after we chop it up and edit it and make things, you know, look as good and as clean as we can. This is where we publish a lot of our media. But the LinkedIn and even our Instagram, if you didn't know we had an Instagram, we have that. But I'll share this link with you. This is first of hopefully many, our Friends of GeoMUG series. And I'm going to put that in the link as well. Friends of GeoMUG. In case you want to collect that and share it. And then, Brendan, what am I forgetting besides a big thank you, which I'm about to do a day by the numbers here for those people that are hanging on, and then I'll let people be. But I just wanted to open it up to you and thank you, Brendan, for helping be a host everything today.
Not a problem. I think just the last call for volunteers or votes for or
yes.
suggestions for future board members.
Yes, I have that right here.
And then I did record, it looked like it could only record the sessions that I was going to, so I sort of bounced from one track to the other track. And so I got some of them, so hopefully we'll be able to post some of those from our meeting. There were some really, really good presentations today, so
Yes.
I believe that is it. I'll let you can finish with some final remarks.
Awesome. So here's the, I did just add to the chat the GeoMUG officer election. If you wouldn't mind clicking on there,
And actually, there's one other thing. So everybody needs to give Jason a round of applause for serving as the MUG president for a good solid term. I would say it's, he's really stepped up and provided excellent leadership, moved us, into a nice direction. We're in a good spot. So I can't thank him enough.
Thank you, Brendan. That means a lot coming from another past president. So thank you. You choked me up a little bit there, but we truly are a team. It's not one person. And we are a fun group. We are a diverse group, and it's always changing, right? And that's part of the health of and vibrance really of the Geospatial Mid-Atlantic User Group. So if this is something you want to be a part of, please reach out to one of us, right? Or on our socials, right? We're pretty easy to get a hold of. So I just wanted to, the last thing I wanted to say here is I'm a numbers guy, maybe not more than some of you, but today we had one plenary, we had 5 lightning talks, and we had 14 presentations across 2 tracks. So that totals up to 20 total presentations. So to everybody that took the time to submit an abstract, to everybody on the board side that organized that, right, and turns it into a grid and vets all this great content and puts it together. I can't thank you enough for your preparation and your professionalism in helping put this together today, because we can't do it. We do this for you, but we can't do it without you.
I don't know if you mentioned, but Katie Migo was the primary person.
Yes.
Put together. And as somebody who has done that before, that is a thankless job. So
it truly is. And I didn't want that to go unnoticed. And from an attendance perspective, and when I mean by attendance, I mean like active attendance. You heard the number 250 or higher from Brendan this morning, as far as who we had register. Things happen, people don't attend or they forget. But today we were between 150 and 160 this morning for active attendance, right? And then during the breakouts after lunch, usually we always see a drop off, a significant one after lunch. And there was a little bit, but we hovered between 100 and 120 attendees this afternoon. And with between the 2 tracks, right? And with one track hitting 64 attendees at one point. So I just thought that was absolutely awesome. If there is, I'm just trying to keep an eye on here. I think we shared all of the links that we have to share right now. More coming in the future. Thank you for the great presentations and topics. Yep, we can't wait to get the next one together either. And yeah, unless Brendan, you have anything else we overlooked or you thought of since I was talking here, once again, I just want to thank everybody for a wonderful meeting today.
No, I would just echo your sentiments and thank the presenters one more time for
Yes.
really coming well prepared.
Yes. Yeah, and I know the technology was a bit clunky for some of us, right? They're all similar but different. The Zoom.
Oh, there is a question for GISP folks. Is there going to be a certificate of attendance?
Never been asked that.
I believe I have. I believe we can create one. I know that you, if you're an attendee, I guess we can make one, and then one of us on the board could sign it if you need it. We didn't just send them all out, but for people in the past who want it as part of their GISP points, we can actually sign something and send it to you. If you're using it and you are a presenter, then our agenda will be sufficient, I'm sure.
Oh, right. You could submit the agenda.
That's what I've done, and it
proof
worked
in the past. Okay. Great question.
Yeah, Jason, I just want to say just a quick word.
Yeah, go ahead, please, Errol.
Yeah, so Jason, I know you're kind of stepping back, but I mean, I just want to thank you and appreciate all the effort that you put in. Like you were saying, this is all volunteer based, but you know, for your quality, your leadership quality, and your steady hand. Yeah, like what Brendan was saying, I think it's come quite a way in just the several months that I've been a part of the team, and I think it's going in a great trajectory. And Brendan, you know, you're also from your past stead as president. You know, there's so much to learn from both of you guys. So I'm just so glad to be a part of this team. And just behind the scenes, you know, Sue did so much with her coordination and Will and also Matt too as well. I mean, everybody, just like you're saying, it's a big team effort. So I think
yes,
pats on the back all around for the board members and excellent presentations today as well. So it's a good day.
It certainly was. It certainly was. Go GeoMUG.
That's right.
Perfect. Thank you, John Cotton. And what Brian shared there, if you folks are on Instagram, GeoMUGs, because GeoMUG was taken, but GeoMUGs with that S at the end is our handle. Okay.
Right. And Brian trying to put together the video. That's a lot of thankless work as well.
Yes.
He's a big proponent of our socials, and he's done such a great job, man. So big ups to Brian.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm the bad idea guy. That's what I do.
But that's what promotes ideas, right?
That's right.
Sure. 10 bad ideas, 2 of them are good.
We need more of you, Brian.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
All right, folks. Well, with that, thank you again for your time, your participation, your interest. Keep getting after it out there, and we can't wait to see you next time. Be well, everybody.